Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The kingdom of Luminaria stretched across valleys and plains like a tapestry of gleaming spires and golden fields, nestled between the protective embrace of the eternal mountains to the north and the silver sea to the south. For 1,000 years, its people had lived in prosperity beneath skies unmarred by darkness, their cities illuminated by enchanted crystals that never dimmed, their lands blessed by magic that flowed from ancient springs deep within the earth. But on the morning when our tale begins, the light faltered. It began as a tremor, slight enough that only the most sensitive felt it. In her chambers atop the highest tower of Castle Luminaria, Queen Seraphina steadied herself against a marble pillar as the vibration passed through stone and soil. Her silver crown, inlaid with crystals that captured and amplified the kingdom's magical light, flickered momentarily before returning to its steady glow. Your Majesty, Lord Vexus, her most trusted advisor, stood at the doorway, his crimson robes immaculate despite the early hour. Did you feel it as well? The Queen nodded, her gaze drawn to the distant peaks of the eternal mountains, where storm clouds gathered unnaturally fast, swirling around the tallest summit like circling ravens. The signs were in the stars last night. The ancient prophecy speaks of tremors before awakening. Surely you don't believe, Vexus began, but Seraphina's raised hand silenced him. Summon the Royal Council, she commanded. And send our swiftest messenger to find Gandalf the Grey. If Draconis stirs from his 1,000-year slumber, we will need wisdom older than our kingdom to face what comes. As the Queen's command raced across Luminaria, another tremor shook the land, stronger this time, accompanied by a distant sound that might have been thunder or might have been something far more terrifying, the rumbling awakening of a creature from the age of legends. 3 days later, beneath a sky now perpetually dimmed by unnatural clouds, a solitary figure appeared on the eastern road leading to Castle Luminaria. He walked with the aid of a gnarled staff topped with a crystal that pulsed with inner light, his grey robes and hat weather-worn from countless journeys. His beard, as grey as storm clouds, framed a face etched with the wisdom of centuries, yet brightened by eyes that held both sorrow and mirth in equal measure. The guards at the city gates straightened as he approached. None could have said precisely how old Gandalf the Grey was, only that he had been ancient when their grandfathers were children, and would likely remain when their grandchildren grew grey themselves. The Queen awaits you in the crystal chamber, the captain of the guard informed him, bowing deeply. Gandalf nodded, his gaze traveling up to the darkening sky. I see I've arrived none too soon. The shadows grow longer by the hour. The crystal chamber occupied the heart of Castle Luminaria, a perfect sphere lined with faceted crystals that normally reflected and amplified the kingdom's magical light. Today, however, many crystals had dimmed, and others pulsed with an irregular rhythm that spoke of magical disturbance. Queen Seraphina rose from her throne as Gandalf entered, dismissing her counselors with a gesture. Only Lord Vexus remained, standing at her right hand, his expression unreadable. Gandalf, "Old friend," the queen said, extending her hands in welcome. "Luminaria faces its darkest hour since the Shadow Wars. Draconis awakens," Gandalf stated rather than asked, his eyes taking in the dimmed crystals. "Though not, I think, by natural means." Seraphina's face tightened with worry. 3 nights ago, the first tremors began. By yesterday, the mountain caves where Draconis has slumbered these 1,000 years began emitting smoke and strange lights. "Our scouts report movement within, and the heart of Itherian?" Gandalf asked suddenly, his bushy eyebrows drawing together. A flash of surprise crossed Lord Vexus's normally composed features. "How could you know?" "That the heart is missing." Gandalf's gaze sharpened. "Because Draconis would not wake without cause, and few artifacts possess power enough to disturb a dragon of the Elder Days from enchanted sleep. The heart of Itherian, which I helped seal in your royal vaults 4 centuries ago, is one such object." The queen paled. "The heart was discovered missing this morning. We had not yet connected its disappearance to the dragon's awakening." "Then allow me to illuminate that connection," Gandalf said grimly. "The heart was created during the First Age to bind and control creatures of elemental power. In the wrong hands, it could compel even Draconis, last of the great worms, to serve another's will." Vexus stepped forward, his voice smooth as polished marble. "What wrong hands could penetrate our royal vaults? They are warded with the strongest enchantments in the realm. Enchantments that would yield to one who helped cast them," Gandalf replied, studying Vexus with newfound intensity. "Or to one who possessed the royal signet?" An uncomfortable silence filled the chamber. It was Seraphina who broke it, her voice hardened by the responsibilities of rule. "What must be done, Gandalf? If Draconis rises against Luminaria, even our strongest defenses will falter." "I must go to the mountain," Gandalf declared. "Speak with Draconis before whoever holds the heart fully bends the dragon to their purpose." "There may yet be time. I cannot risk my kingdom's fate on a conversation with a monster," Seraphina objected. "Lord Vexus has already mobilized our arcane defenses. The Crystal Guard prepares as we speak." "And they will fail," Gandalf said quietly. "Draconis is not merely a beast, Seraphina. He is a creature of ancient magic, older than your kingdom, older than most knowledge preserved in your libraries. If he comes against you in his full might, Luminaria will fall." "Then what alternative do we have?" she demanded. "Let me reach him first," Gandalf insisted. "Dragons are proud and ancient. The compulsion of the heart can be resisted, at least temporarily, if Draconis understands what is happening." After further counsel, where Vexus argued forcefully for military preparation while Gandalf advocated for diplomacy, the Queen finally sided with the wizard. As twilight approached, Gandalf departed the castle, riding a swift white steed from the royal stables toward the ominous clouds that now completely shrouded the Eternal Mountains. What none observed was the shadow that detached itself from the castle walls shortly after new, mounting a black horse and following at a discreet distance. The journey to Draconis' lair took Gandalf through the increasingly desolate landscape near the mountains. Farms stood abandoned, livestock fled or hidden, as the magical disruption caused by the dragon's stirring manifested in unsettling ways. Plants that grew and withered in hours, water that flowed uphill, stones that whispered ancient secrets when the wind blew from the north. By midnight, Gandalf stood before the massive cave entrance halfway up the tallest peak. Heat emanated from within, along with the unmistakable scent of dragon, like metal heated in a forge, mixed with ancient spices and the electric tang of powerful magic. "Draconis!" Gandalf called, his voice amplified by his staff's power. "I would speak with you, Old One." A rumble shook the mountainside, sending cascades of loose stone tumbling down the slopes. From the darkness emerged two enormous eyes, glowing like molten gold, each larger than a wagon wheel. "Gandalf the Grey," came a voice like the grinding of tectonic plates, ancient and powerful. I wondered which of the so-called wise would come first. The dragon emerged partially from his lair, scales of deepest crimson catching what little moonlight penetrated the unnatural clouds. Wings folded against his massive body, claws leaving gouges in solid rock as if it were soft clay. "You know why I've come?" Gandalf said, standing his ground despite the overwhelming presence of the dragon. "Because someone has awakened me before my time," Draconis replied, a rumble of anger vibrating through the ground. "Because someone seeks to bend my will with the heart of Etherian, an artifact I thought destroyed an age ago." "Not destroyed," Gandalf corrected. "Hidden, protected. Or so we believed." The dragon's massive head lowered until one golden eye was level with the wizard. "And now it compels me, wizard." Even as we speak, I feel its pull, urging me to descend upon Luminaria, to raise it to ashes beneath my flame. "Who holds it, Draconis? Have you seen them?" The dragon's laugh was like an avalanche. "Oh yes, he comes here nightly, standing just beyond my reach, taunting me with the heart, showing me how it pulses with corrupted power. Power that grows stronger as the three moons approach alignment." "He," Gandalf pressed. Before Draconis could answer, a new voice echoed through the cave entrance. "I believe the great worm refers to me, Gandalf." Lord Vexus stepped from the shadows, but no longer dressed in his court finery. Now he wore robes of midnight blue, emblazoned with arcane symbols that writhed like living things across the fabric. In his hands, he held a crystalline object the size of a human heart, pulsing with hypnotic red light, the heart of Etherian, corrupted from its original pure white radiance. "I wondered how long it would take you to follow the threads," Vexus said, his voice colder than Gandalf remembered. "Always interfering, always believing yourself wiser than those who actually rule these lands." "Luminaria has a ruler," Gandalf replied evenly. "Queen Seraphina sits upon the throne by right of birth and merit. A throne that should have been mine." Vexus spat, his composure cracking. "My bloodline was royal before hers, cast aside through political maneuvering 3 generations ago. I have spent decades earning trust, gaining access, learning secrets, all leading to this moment." As he spoke, the heart pulsed more rapidly in his grasp. Draconis growled, his massive body shuddering as if fighting against invisible chains. "The heart cannot give you what you seek," Gandalf warned, slowly shifting his stance, his grip tightening on his staff. "Its power was never meant for human control. It corrupts as it compels." "Save your warnings," Vexus sneered. "In 3 nights, the 3 moons align for the first time in a millennium. When they do, I will complete the ritual of eternal shadows, using Draconis' power amplified through the heart. Luminaria will be transformed, no longer a kingdom of light, but a realm of shadow with me as its eternal sovereign." "And you believe Draconis will simply submit to this?" Gandalf challenged, glancing at the dragon whose struggles against the heart's influence were becoming more evident. "He has no choice," Vexus replied, raising the heart higher. It pulsed with malevolent energy, and Draconis roared in pain, his massive head thrashing from side to side. "Neither do you, old man. The heart's power grows as the alignment approaches. Tonight, it is strong enough for this." Vexus thrust the heart toward Gandalf, uttering words in a language so ancient it made the air itself recoil. A beam of crimson light shot from the artifact toward the wizard. Gandalf raised his staff, creating a shield of white light that deflected the attack, but only barely. The force of it drove him back several steps, the edge of his robes smoldering where the energy had grazed them. "You cannot win this fight, Gandalf," Vexus taunted. "Not here, not alone, not against both the heart and a dragon." "Perhaps not alone," Gandalf conceded, then added softly, "words meant for the dragon rather than the usurper, but the heart compels action, not loyalty. Remember who you are, Draconis, last of the great worms. Your will is your own." Something flickered in the dragon's golden eyes. Recognition, resistance. With a roar that shook the mountain to its foundations, Draconis lunged forward, not at Gandalf, but at Vexus. The usurper barely escaped, a blast from the heart, creating a momentary barrier that gave him time to retreat deeper into the cave network. "He flees to his ritual chamber," Draconis growled, his voice strained with the effort of resisting the heart's control. "Deep within the mountain, where he is prepared for the alignment." Gandalf approached the dragon cautiously. "Can you resist the compulsion?" "Not indefinitely," Draconis admitted. "Each hour it grows stronger. By the time the three moons align, then we must act before then," Gandalf decided. "Form an alliance that hasn't existed since the Elder Days, wizard and dragon against a common foe." Draconis's massive head tilted, studying Gandalf with ancient eyes. "Ooh, you would trust me, knowing what I am, what I could do to your precious kingdom if my will falters." "I trust you because of what you are," Gandalf replied simply. "A being of honor as old as the mountains themselves. Vexus believes he can control you like a puppet. Let us show him the error of his judgment." A sound rumbled from deep within Draconis's chest, something that might, in a human, have been a chuckle. "Oh, I begin to remember why the old tales speak well of you, Gandalf the Grey." He lowered his body in an unmistakable invitation. "Come then, let us hunt a thief together." As the dragon and wizard disappeared into the depths of the mountain, the unnatural clouds above Luminaria grew darker still. In the crystal chamber of the castle, Queen Seraphina watched as more enchanted crystals dimmed and failed, plunging portions of her beloved kingdom into shadow. "Hold fast, Gandalf," she whispered to the darkness. "The light of Luminaria depends on you now." Deep within the mountain's heart, beneath tons of ancient stone, Lord Vexus prepared his ritual chamber for the approaching alignment of the three moons. The corrupted heart of Etherion pulsing in rhythm with his own triumphant heartbeat. Soon, very soon, shadows would reign eternal, with him as their master. But he had not accounted for the most unpredictable element in all the realms of magic and men. The tenacity of a determined wizard and the ancient pride of a dragon who remembered the world before kingdoms rose and fell like leaves in autumn winds. The final confrontation approached, its outcome to be written in fire and light, in shadow and stone, in the annals of Luminaria for 1,000 years to come, if Luminaria survived at all. Story 2, in the heart of Silvermist Forest, where sunlight fractured through emerald canopies like scattered gold coins, stood the ancient elder tree, taller than mountains and wider than village squares. Its bark shimmered with runes that glowed silver in moonlight and amber in daylight, a living chronicle of the covenant between the realms of men, elves, and the primal folk. For millennia, the great tree had served as both boundary and bridge, its roots delving into the deepest earth where dwarves carved their kingdoms, its middle trunk hosting the elegant elvish cities of Branch and Moonlight, and its upper boughs touching realms where only the most ancient creatures dared tread, but something was wrong. The first signs were subtle. Leaves falling out of season, a dulling of the silver runes, wildlife abandoning their homes in the massive roots. Then came the dreams. Throughout the three realms, the same vision haunted sleepers. Elder tree weeping sap like golden tears, its mighty form shuddering as though in pain. The elven king Thaladir claimed these visions were warnings. The human Lord Regent Darius dismissed them as superstition. The Primal Council remained enigmatically silent. It was on the 7th day of the 7th moon that the Council of Races finally convened beneath Elder Tree's spreading branches. Representatives from 12 kingdoms gathered around a table hewn from a fallen branch of the great tree itself, a table that had served this purpose since the signing of the first accords after the Shadow Wars. "The tree sickens," announced Thaladir, his ageless face grave beneath his crown of silver leaves. "Our healers detect a draining of its essence, a deliberate siphoning of power." Lord Regent Darius scoffed, his jeweled fingers drumming impatiently on the ancient wood. "Perhaps your kind places too much faith in a mere tree, Your Majesty. My kingdom faces drought and border skirmishes with the mountain clans. These are real problems, not mystical maladies." The primal representative, a being whose form shifted between woman and wolf with each blink of an observer's eye, spoke in a voice like rustling leaves. "Ignorance becomes you poorly, Lord Regent. When Elder Tree falls, so too shall your stone castles and iron crowns." Before the argument could escalate, a hush fell over the gathering. Approaching the council circle was a figure both familiar and legendary, a tall man in grey robes, leaning on a gnarled staff topped with a crystal that caught and refracted the dappled sunlight. His beard was as grey as storm clouds, his eyes as ancient as the mountains, yet bright with an inner fire that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. "Gandalf," murmured Thaladir with evident relief. The grey pilgrim honors us with his presence." The wizard bowed slightly, his gaze sweeping the assembly before settling on the massive trunk of Elder Tree. To those with magical sight, a web of golden energy connected the tree to every living thing in the forest. But now that web was fraying, the golden strands thinning and darkening in places. "I come not by choice, but by necessity," Gandalf said, his voice carrying effortlessly to all present. "Ooh, the songs of birds and whispers of wind brought news of Elder Tree's plight. I have walked many leagues to stand in its presence once more." "Perhaps you've walked too many leagues in its absence," came a sharp voice from the elven delegation. Aranthir, royal mage to King Thaladir, stepped forward, his silver robes gleaming with embedded starlight. "Where were you, Gandalf the Grey, when the first signs appeared?" "Where were you when our scouts discovered this?" He cast a small pouch onto the council table. It fell open, revealing a handful of crystallized sap, not the healthy amber of Elder Tree's normal tears, but a sickly grey substance shot through with veins of midnight blue. "Corruption," whispered a dwarf councillor, recoiling from the sight. "Evidence," corrected Aranthir coldly, "of magical interference of the highest order. Interference that bears the signature of ancient grey magic." A murmur rippled through the council as all eyes turned to Gandalf. "You accuse me?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in genuine surprise, then furrowed in thought as he approached the table. Without touching the corrupted sap, he passed his hand over it, his expression darkening. "This is indeed high magic, but not of my making." "Convenient denial," Aranthir pressed. "You were among those who helped plant Elder Tree after the Shadow Wars. You alone among the living know its deepest secrets." "Not alone," Gandalf corrected softly, but his words were lost as Lord Regent Darius rose to his feet. If the wizard is responsible, he must answer for it, Darius proclaimed. My people have long distrusted these wandering spellcasters, with allegiance to none but themselves. The council descended into chaos, accusations flying, ancient grievances resurfacing. Through it all, Gandalf remained silent, his gaze fixed on Eldertree's trunk. Those closest to him might have noticed his lips moving in what appeared to be silent conversation with the ancient entity. Finally, the primal representative slammed her staff against the ground, the sound reverberating like thunder. "Enough!" she commanded. "We waste precious time. The corruption spreads even as we bicker." "Indeed," agreed King Thaladir. "And until we determine the true source, we must take precautions." His ancient eyes were sorrowful as they met Gandalf's. "It pains me deeply, old friend, but until your innocence is proven, you must surrender your staff and remain under elvish guard." Gandalf's face revealed nothing, but those who knew him well might have detected a flicker of calculation in his eyes. "I understand your position, your majesty," he said with dignity. "However, I cannot surrender my staff. It's bound to me as I am bound to my duty." Before anyone could object, he continued, "Instead, I offer my temporary exile. I shall depart from all three realms until the truth is discovered, by my hand or yours." "Self-imposed banishment changes nothing," objected Aranthire. "It changes everything," countered Gandalf. "It gives me freedom to seek answers without the constraints of suspicion or guard. And it gives you assurance that I cannot interfere further if indeed you believe I am the culprit." After much debate, the council reluctantly agreed. As the meeting adjourned, Gandalf approached Eldertree one last time, placing his palm against its massive trunk. To onlookers, it appeared a simple farewell, but in truth, it was a communion. "I will discover who does this to you, old friend," he promised silently, "and I will return." The tree's response came not in words, but in impressions, of darkness beneath a mountain, of light being drawn away thread by thread, of a presence once familiar now twisted beyond recognition. As Gandalf departed Silver Mist Forest, traveling paths known only to himself and the most ancient of beings, he reflected on what Eldertree had shared. The tree's impressions aligned with his own suspicions. This was the work of the Order of Obscure Mages, an organization he had once considered allies in the days after the Shadow Wars. Their leader, Morlock, had been his student briefly before ambition led him down darker paths. For 3 days and nights, Gandalf traveled without rest, following trails that existed between the visible realms. On the 4th morning, he arrived at a cliff face unmarked on any map, featureless except to those who knew what to seek. Pressing his staff against a specific point, he whispered words in a language older than Eldertree itself. The stone melted away, revealing a narrow passage illuminated by phosphorescent fungi. The air grew thick with the scent of old books and older magic as he descended into what had once been a sanctuary for knowledge deemed too dangerous for common access. "I wondered when you would arrive," came a voice from the shadows. Gandalf paused, raising his staff higher to illuminate the speaker, a hunched figure wrapped in tattered green robes, his face obscured by a deep hood. "Grimwald," Gandalf acknowledged. "And I see the years have not improved your hospitality." A raspy chuckle emerged from the hood. "Nor have they softened your tongue, old friend. Come, we have much to discuss, and precious little time." Grimwald led Gandalf deeper into the hidden sanctuary, through chambers lined with books whose titles would drive ordinary minds to madness. Past artifacts of power carefully contained behind barriers of spell and symbol. They arrived finally at a circular room, dominated by a pool of water so still it perfectly reflected the crystal dome above, through which stars were visible, despite it being daylight outside. "The Mirror of Ages," Gandalf murmured. "I had wondered where it went after the Council of Arcanum disbanded." "Safer here than in hands that would misuse it," Grimwald replied, approaching the pool's edge. "But I did not summon you to reminisce." "Look," he cast a handful of silver dust across the water's surface. Instead of sinking, it formed patterns that shifted and coalesced into an image, Elder Tree, but viewed from within somehow, its life essence visible as a network of golden light flowing through trunk and branch and root. And there, at the deepest taproot, a darkness. Figures in hooded robes surrounding a crystalline structure that pulsed with stolen light. "The Order of Obscure Mages," Gandalf confirmed grimly, "led by Morlock, if I'm not mistaken." "Your former apprentice has grown ambitious," Grimwald agreed. "They seek to create the Philosopher's Stone, not the alchemical trinket of legend, but the true stone, capable of granting effective immortality." "At the cost of Elder Tree's life," Gandalf concluded. "But why accuse me?" "Surely Aranthir must know." "Aranthir has been compromised," interrupted a new voice. From a side chamber emerged a slender figure, clad in hunting leathers rather than the formal robes one might expect of her station. Princess Elindra, daughter of King Thaladir and heir to the elven throne, approached the pool with the silent grace of her kind. "Forgive the subterfuge," she said, bowing slightly to Gandalf. "My presence here was deemed necessary, but best kept secret even from you until now." "The princess has been investigating independently," explained Grimwald. "After discovering evidence that Aranthir held clandestine meetings with members of the Order." "My father's trusted advisor," Elindra said bitterly, "has been feeding information to Morlock for decades. It was he who suggested your name as the culprit, knowing the old suspicions between races would make the accusation credible." Gandalf absorbed this revelation with a deep frown. "And your father agreed to my temporary exile, knowing it would free me to investigate." "He suspected, but could not be certain," Elindra admitted. "Royal politics are complicated." "If he'd defended you openly without proof, Aranthir would have claimed he was compromised by your friendship. So instead we meet in shadows and speak of treason." Gandalf sighed. "Very well. What do we know of their progress with the stone?" Grimwald gestured again to the pool, where the image shifted to show the crystalline structure more clearly. "They require 3 elements to complete it: the essence of Elder Tree, which they are draining, the blood of one bound to the tree by ancient pact, and the presence of a power catalyst at the moment of the Crimson Moon, 3 nights hence." "I am bound to Elder Tree," Gandalf said softly, "as are you, Grimwald. We were both present at its planting after the Shadow Wars." "As was my ancestor, Queen Elowen," added Elindra. "Which is why neither of you can approach openly. They would capture you for the final sacrifice." "Then what do you propose, Princess?" Gandalf asked, studying her with newfound respect. "I propose we give them what they want," she replied, a dangerous smile playing across her lips. "Or rather, what they think they want." The plan they crafted over the next day was both elegant and perilous. While Grimwald prepared the necessary enchantments in his sanctuary, Gandalf and Elindra journeyed to the borders of Darkwood, the twisted forest that had grown in Elder Tree's shadow, home to creatures that preferred gloom to light. "Are you certain of this alliance?" Gandalf asked as they prepared to cross the boundary. "The Shade Wolves have no love for elves or men, but they revere the balance Elder Tree maintains," Elindra countered. "Or without it, their realm would be flooded with light unbearable to their kind. Self-interest, if not altruism, will guide them. She was proven right. The Shade Wolf pack, led by a massive alpha whose fur absorbed light rather than reflecting it, agreed to join their cause, after Gandalf demonstrated the threat with a scrying spell that showed Elder Tree's fading light. On the night of the Crimson Moon, as its bloodied light bathed the realms in an eerie glow, the Order of Obscure Mages gathered at the deepest root of Elder Tree. Their crystalline apparatus, a complex network of tubes and chambers already half filled with golden sap, stood ready for the final components. "Tonight we transcend mortality," intoned Morlock, his once handsome face now gaunt with obsession. "Tonight we claim the power the gods themselves hoarded from us." "Indeed you might," came Gandalf's voice as he stepped from behind the massive root, staff glowing with inner fire. "If your calculations weren't fundamentally flawed." Morlock's shock quickly transformed to triumph. The final ingredient delivers himself. "Seize him!" The Order's acolytes rushed forward, but halted in confusion as Gandalf made no move to flee or fight. Instead, he smiled, a smile that would have alarmed anyone who knew him well. "Your betrayal of Elder Tree is matched only by your betrayal of proper magical scholarship, Morlock," Gandalf continued conversationally. "The stone requires not just any blood bound to Elder Tree, but willing sacrifice born of love, not coercion, a nuance you overlooked in your hasty research." "Semantics," spat Morlock, approaching Gandalf himself. "Willing or not, your blood will serve." "About that," Gandalf replied, still smiling, "I'm not actually here." His form shimmered and dissolved into mist, a projection, not the wizard himself. Simultaneously, from every shadow cast by the Crimson Moon's light, emerged the Shade Wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger for mage flesh. And from above, dropping silently from concealed positions in the roots, came Elindra and a cadre of elite elven rangers. The battle was brief but fierce. The Order's mages, though powerful, were caught entirely by surprise. As Morlock desperately tried to complete the ritual regardless, the real Gandalf emerged from within Elder Tree itself, a feat of magic few could accomplish, entering the dimensional space within the ancient entity. "The tree rejects your theft, Morlock," Gandalf declared, his staff striking the crystalline apparatus with a resonant boom. Cracks spread across its surface, the stolen essence of Elder Tree flowing back toward its source. "No!" Morlock screamed, lunging forward. "Do you know how many years I've dedicated to this? The power we could wield. Power without wisdom is a flame without heat, all destruction, no purpose," Gandalf replied sadly, remembering the bright-eyed apprentice Morlock had once been. "You sought immortality, but forgot why life is precious to begin with." As the apparatus shattered completely, a surge of golden energy flooded back into Elder Tree. The ground trembled, roots shifting beneath their feet. Those Order members not already captured by the elves or driven off by the Shade Wolves now fled in terror. Morlock alone stood his ground, drawing a blade of obsidian that pulsed with forbidden enchantments. "If I cannot have the stone, I will at least have vengeance," he snarled, launching himself at Gandalf. What happened next occurred too quickly for most observers to follow. Grimwald, who had remained hidden until this moment, threw himself between Gandalf and the blade. The obsidian dagger pierced his chest, its dark magic spreading visibly through his veins. "No!" Gandalf caught his old friend as he fell. Morlock's triumphant laugh was cut short as vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around him with inexorable strength. Elder Tree itself had intervened, dragging the dark mage into the earth despite his screams and struggles. "Always cleaning up your messes," Grimwald gasped, his hood falling back to reveal not the aged face Gandalf expected, but features that were half human, half tree, bark-like skin and eyes of amber sap. Just like the old days. Understanding dawned in Gandalf's eyes. "You were the sapling," he whispered. "The first attempt at creating Elder Tree, before we realized a human vessel couldn't contain such power." Grimwald nodded weakly. "Part of me joined with the greater whole. Part remained separate, to watch, to guard." His tree-like hand clutched Gandalf's. "The secret dies with me, as it should." "I will remember," Gandalf promised. The true guardian of Eldertree. As Grimwald's form hardened into wood, Elindra approached, her expression solemn. "My father must know the truth, about everything." Gandalf nodded, rising to his feet. "Truth is like light, painful to eyes accustomed to darkness, but necessary for growth." He placed a hand on the transformed Grimwald, now resembling a small but perfect miniature of Eldertree itself. "We owe him that much." In the days that followed, much changed in the three realms. Arantha confessed his complicity when confronted with evidence, revealing that Morlock had exploited his jealousy of Gandalf's influence with the king. The remaining members of the Order were scattered, their power broken. And at the heart of Silvermist Forest, Eldertree flourished once more, its leaves greener, its runes brighter, its presence a renewed assurance that balance would be maintained. Gandalf remained only long enough to see his name cleared officially before preparing for departure. As always, other realms called, other crises demanded his attention. "Must you leave so soon?" Elindra asked, accompanying him to the forest's edge. "There is much yet to be done here. The foundations are laid," Gandalf replied with a gentle smile. "New guardians stand ready." He glanced meaningfully at her. "Eldertree chooses its protectors wisely." Elindra touched the small seedling that had sprouted from Grimwald's transformed body, a seedling now planted in a small pot she carried. "I will see that his sacrifice is remembered." "That all the guardians are remembered?" Gandalf nodded approvingly. "Then my work here is truly complete." With the tip of his pointed hat, he set off down the road that led away from Silvermist Forest, his grey robes soon vanishing into the morning mist. Behind him, Eldertree's leaves rustled in a breeze that touched nowhere else, a farewell from one ancient being to another, and a promise that some bonds transcend time and distance, remaining unbroken even when paths diverge. Story 3. The coast of Azuremyr sang with ancient melodies, waves crashing against the crystalline cliffs, seabirds calling to their mates, and beneath it all, a deeper, more ominous rhythm that few could hear, but all could feel. Something was changing in the tides. Fishermen returned with nets half empty, and tales of strange lights pulsing in the midnight waters. Children playing along the shore spoke of voices calling from the foam, whispers of promises and threats in a tongue no surface dweller had spoken in millennia. And then the disappearances began. First, it was lone fishermen, then entire crews. Soon, coastal villagers vanished from their beds, leaving behind only puddles of salt water and the lingering scent of the deep. Fear spread through Azuremyr like a midnight fog, reaching even the gleaming spires of Tidehold Castle, where King Thalassius, ruler of the coastal realm, held an increasingly desperate court. "The sea takes what it desires," murmured the court mystics. "We must appease it with offerings." "Nonsense," countered the royal guards. "This is the work of pirates or coastal raiders." But King Thalassius, whose bloodline had ruled these shores since before the War of Forgotten Stars, knew better. In the royal library, among scrolls so ancient they threatened to crumble at a touch, he found reference to similar occurrences, once every 1,000 years, when the abyssal kingdom stirred from its slumber. "Summon Gandalf," he commanded. "The Sage of Tides must be found." Finding Gandalf, however, proved unnecessary. On the 7th day of the 7th disappearance, as a storm lashed the royal harbour with unusual ferocity, the wizard appeared at the castle gates. His grey robes were sodden, his beard tangled with seaweed, and his eyes, those ancient eyes that had witnessed the rising and falling of empires, held a troubled knowledge. "But you should have called for me sooner, old friend," Gandalf said, accepting a goblet of warmed, spiced wine from the king's own hand. Water pooled beneath his chair in the private audience chamber. "The signs have been present for months." "You speak as though you expected this," Thalassius replied, his crowned head bowed with the weight of responsibility. "Expected? No. Feared." For centuries, Gandalf withdrew from his robes, a small orb of blue crystal that pulsed with inner light in time with the distant waves. The barriers between realms grow thin when the cerulean moon waxes full. The next eclipse approaches, a time when the veil between surface and depths becomes as permeable as morning mist. That night, as Gandalf walked the moonlit shores alone, his staff illuminating the wet sand with arcane light, he came upon a sight that confirmed his darkest suspicions. Half buried in the tide line lay a woman, her skin the pale blue of deepest waters, her hair a tangle of what appeared to be living seaweed. When he knelt beside her, he saw the delicate gill slits along her neck, opening and closing in desperate gasps. "Peace, daughter of the depths," he murmured, placing gentle hands beneath her shoulders. "Breathe slowly. The air is thinner here, but your kind can adapt if given time." Her eyes opened, iridescent orbs that reflected the starlight like polished abalone. "You!" she gasped, fingers clutching at his robes with surprising strength. "That's the one who hid it, the one who betrayed us." Gandalf carried her to a sea cave, known only to himself and a few trusted fisherfolk, a place where freshwater springs mingled with the incoming tide to create pools of brackish water more hospitable to her kind. As dawn approached, she recovered enough to speak. "I am Nerissa, firstborn daughter to King Leviathan of Abysseria," she said, her voice carrying the musical cadence of underwater realms. "Or do you come seeking the one who hid the trident of the depths?" Gandalf's weathered face revealed nothing, but his knuckles whitened around his staff. "The trident was not hidden, Princess Nerissa. It was contained. There is a difference." "Semantics matter little now," she replied bitterly. "My father has found it, or rather, it has found him." After 1,000 years, the trident called to him in dreams, whispering from its prison of pearl and ancient magic. "Impossible," Gandalf murmured, though his tone lacked conviction. The wards were set by the 7 archmages at the conclusion of the War of Gods. Wards weaken, magic fades, or perhaps, her eyes narrowed accusingly, the one who set them never intended them to last. The accusations stung more for the grain of truth it contained. Gandalf had indeed been among those who sealed away the trident, a weapon forged from the spine of a slain sea deity, capable of commanding all creatures of the deep and raising tsunamis that could swallow continents. But in his youthful arrogance, he had argued against its destruction, believing such power might one day be needed again. "What does your father intend?" he asked, though he feared he knew the answer. "What any king intends when handed a weapon of the gods, conquest." Nerissa's voice faltered. "He has changed since finding the trident. Its magic corrupts him daily. The father I knew, just and wise, now speaks only of vengeance against the surface world for centuries of pollution and neglect of the oceans. and you fled rather than support his crusade. She nodded, eyes downcast. I am branded traitor in Abysseria. But I could not stand by while he summoned the ancient beasts from the deep trenches, creatures your kind call leviathans and krakens, though those names scarcely capture their true horror. Over the following days, as Nerissa regained her strength, she and Gandalf forged a plan. The Abysserian invasion would come with the eclipse, when King Leviathan's powers would peak and the boundaries between realms would be at their weakest. They had merely a fortnight to prevent a war that would devastate both kingdoms. We must journey to Abysseria, Gandalf declared. Confront your father and reclaim the trident before the eclipse. Impossible, Nerissa countered. No surface dweller can survive the crushing depths. Even your magic has limits, sage of tides. Gandalf's eyes twinkled with the first hint of mischief since his arrival. My dear princess, you forget that I have walked the ocean floor before. How do you think the trident was hidden in the first place? From the hidden compartment of his staff, Gandalf withdrew a necklace of iridescent shells and blue pearls. The breath of Oceanus, he explained, created during the First Age, when your kind and mine freely visited each other's realms. The journey to Abysseria required more than magical artifacts. King Thalassius provided a ship, the swiftest in the royal fleet, to take them to the Vortex of Souls, a whirlpool that appeared only during certain lunar phases and served as a direct passage to the underwater kingdom. The king himself came to the harbor to see them off, his expression grave. "Return to us, Gandalf," he said. "And Guazhamir has need of your wisdom in these dark times." The wizard merely nodded, his thoughts already turning to the challenges ahead. 3 days they sailed, following Nerissa's guidance through treacherous waters, where the maps showed only ominous blank spaces marked with warnings. On the third night, as the cerulean moon hung bloated and menacing in the sky, they reached the coordinates. "There is no whirlpool," the ship's captain observed nervously. "Not yet," Nerissa replied, her eyes fixed on the unnaturally still waters. "When the moonlight touches the midnight water just so..." As if summoned by her words, the sea began to stir. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, the waters rotated, forming a perfect spiral that descended into impenetrable darkness. The ship's crew backed away in terror, but Gandalf approached the railing with determination. "Remember," Nerissa cautioned, as she fastened the necklace around Gandalf's throat, "once we enter Abysseria, we will be surrounded by those loyal to my father. Trust no one. Not even you, princess," Gandalf asked with a raised eyebrow. Her smile was sad and knowing. "Especially not me, should the trident come within my grasp. None of my kind can resist its call for long." Together, they dove into the whirlpool's center. The magical necklace surrounded Gandalf with a bubble of breathable water, a paradox that allowed him to breathe normally while surviving the ocean depths. Down they spiraled, past layers of water that grew progressively darker, until even Gandalf's enchanted staff provided only a feeble glow. Then, suddenly, light returned, not from above, but below. Abysseria spread before them, a city of living coral and carved mother-of-pearl, illuminated by vast fields of bioluminescent creatures that pulsed in synchronized patterns. Under different circumstances, Gandalf would have paused to appreciate its splendor, but urgency drove them onward. Nerissa led him through hidden passages, known only to the royal family, avoiding the regular patrols of warrior mermen whose tridents were pale imitations of the artifact they sought. The palace itself was a towering structure of black coral and whale bones, surrounded by gardens where seaweed undulated like dancers in the gentle currents. The sanctum of tides lies at the heart of the palace, Nerissa whispered, as they concealed themselves behind a statue of an ancient sea king. "That is where Father performs the rituals to strengthen his connection to the trident. And that is where we will find the greatest resistance," Gandalf added grimly. Indeed, the sanctum was guarded by the abyssal sentinels, massive humanoid creatures with the heads of angler fish, their bodies encased in armor forged from the scales of sea dragons. But Gandalf had not survived for millennia without learning a few tricks. From his robes, he produced a pouch of shimmering dust, the crushed dreams of sirens, he explained at Nerissa's questioning look. Extremely rare, extremely potent, and extremely unethical to use under normal circumstances. With a flick of his wrist, he released the dust into the water currents, directing it toward the sentinels. As the particles touched their exposed gills, the fearsome guards slumped against their tridents, expressions of blissful rapture visible even on their inhuman faces. They will experience their greatest desires as reality for approximately 1 hour, Gandalf explained, already moving past them. After that, a rather unpleasant awakening, I'm afraid. The inner sanctum was eerily silent, illuminated by columns of blue fire that burned underwater, a phenomenon that should have been impossible. At the chamber's center stood King Leviathan, his once noble features distorted by the power he wielded. His lower body was that of a massive eel, his torso that of a powerful man, but his eyes glowed with the same unnatural light as the trident he clutched. "Daughter," he hissed, his voice resonating through the water with uncomfortable harmonics. "You bring a surface dweller into our sacred halls, and not just any surface dweller, the very one who stole our birthright centuries ago." "Father," Nerissa pleaded, swimming forward. "The trident corrupts you. This is not who you are. You taught me that peace with the surface world was possible, necessary even." "I was a fool then," Leviathan snarled. "The surface dwellers have poisoned our waters, slaughtered our whales, tangled our young in their discarded nets. No more diplomacy, no more patience." He raised the trident, its 3 prongs glowing with intensifying power. "The eclipse approaches. When it reaches totality, the trident's power will peak, and I will raise every creature of the deep to the surface. The age of land dwellers ends tonight." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff glowing in response to the trident's power. "Leviathan, we have never met, but I know the burden of wielding artifacts of power. They offer solutions that seem perfect, absolute, but such certainty is the enemy of wisdom." "Spare me your philosophy, wizard," Leviathan snapped. "Your kind had their chance to steward the world. Now it returns to us." What followed was a battle unlike any witnessed in Abyssinia's long history, the Trident of the Depths against the Staff of Tides, primordial magic against ancient wisdom. Water currents became weapons, coral shattered into deadly projectiles. The very pressure of the deep ocean was manipulated to crush and constrain. Throughout the battle, Nerissa darted between columns, seeking an opportunity to reach her father. The plan she and Gandalf had devised was dangerous. She would need to get close enough to place an enchanted pearl against her father's heart. A pearl that would temporarily neutralize the trident's influence. Gandalf, despite his vast power, found himself driven back. The trident had been forged by gods for gods. It was never meant for mortal hands. Each blow he deflected sapped more of his strength. Each counterspell drew from his dwindling reserves. "You cannot win, wizard," Leviathan taunted, summoning a vortex that pinned Gandalf against a column. "Your magic belongs to a bygone era." "Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged, blood seeping from a cut above his eye. "But then, so do I." With those words, he released a spell he had been holding in reserve, not an attack, but a distraction. The water around them suddenly illuminated with the memories of the First Age, spectral images of surface dwellers and merfolk working together, building shared cities, celebrating joint victories against common enemies. In that moment of confusion, Nerissa struck, darting forward with the speed of a mako shark. She pressed the enchanted pearl against her father's chest. His roar of fury transformed into a gasp of clarity as the pearl's magic temporarily severed his connection to the trident. What have I done?" he whispered, the glow fading from his eyes. But their victory was short-lived. Through the sanctum's crystal dome, they could see the eclipse beginning, the cerulean moon sliding across the sun, casting an eerie blue shadow across the ocean floor. The trident pulsed with renewed energy, reaching for Leviathan even as he tried to cast it away. "It's too late," Nerissa cried. "The eclipse strengthens it beyond our countermeasures." Gandalf, drawing on his final reserves of strength, made a decision that would once again alter the fate of two realms. "No artifact of power can be destroyed," he said, "but it can be transformed." Taking the trident from Leviathan's weakened grip, Gandalf began an incantation older than Abysseria itself, words taught to him by beings whose names had been forgotten even by the oldest sea creatures. The trident's glow intensified, then shifted, its color changing from malevolent green to a softer blue. "What are you doing?" Nerissa asked, supporting her father who slumped against her. "Changing its purpose," Gandalf explained through gritted teeth, "from weapon to guardian, from destroyer to healer." As the eclipse reached totality, Gandalf thrust the transformed trident into the sanctum floor. A pulse of energy rippled outward, extending beyond Abysseria, beyond the whirlpool, reaching every corner of every ocean. The creatures that had been summoned for war now dispersed, returning to their natural habitats. The waters that had been gathering for a catastrophic tsunami gentled to normal tides. Gandalf collapsed, his strength finally exhausted. As consciousness faded, he heard Nerissa's voice, distant yet clear. "The surface and depths need not be enemies, Father. Let us rebuild what was lost in the First Age. Let us heal what was broken." When Gandalf awoke, he lay upon the beach near Tidehold Castle, the gentle waves lapping at his boots. Beside him sat Nerissa, somehow transformed, her gills now flattened against her neck, her fingers less webbed, though her skin retained its subtle blue sheen. "The trident?" he asked immediately. "Safe," she replied. "Transformed as you intended. It now maintains the balance between our realms, rather than granting dominion over either. My father has established a council of surface and sea representatives to oversee a new treaty." Gandalf nodded, satisfied yet thoughtful. "And you appear changed." Nerissa smiled, the expression both sad and hopeful. "The trident's final gift, or perhaps yours. I am neither fully of the depths nor of the surface now. A bridge between worlds, as are you in your own way, sage of tides." Together they watched the sunrise paint the waters with gold and crimson, colors rarely seen in the depths of Abysseria. The song of the abyss continued, but its melody had changed from one of impending war to cautious harmony. How long that harmony would last remained to be seen, but for now, for this moment, it was enough. Gandalf knew his work here was done. Other realms called, other crises demanded his attention, but as he gathered his staff and prepared to depart, he took one final look at the vast ocean stretching to the horizon. "Until our paths cross again, Princess Nerissa," he said with a formal bow. May your waters run clear and your currents flow true, and may your roads rise to meet you, Gandalf the Grey, she replied, the traditional surface farewell sounding strange but fitting from her lips. As Gandalf walked away along the shoreline, his grey robes billowing in the salt breeze, neither he nor Nerissa noticed the subtle glow emanating from the wizard's staff, a blue luminescence that pulsed in perfect synchronization with the distant transformed trident. Some connections, once forged, transcend realms and time itself, a truth Gandalf had learned and forgotten and learned again throughout his long wandering existence. Story 4. The land of Cindervale had not always been a place of whispers and shadows. Once, magic had flowed through its valleys like golden rivers, and the great spires of Arcanum, the city of sorcerers, had pierced the clouds, their crystalline towers reflecting sunlight in 1,000 iridescent hues. But that was before the War of Spells, before the king's purification, before magic became punishable by death. Now, ash drifted eternally across blighted fields where nothing grew but the hardy thornbrush, its twisted branches clawing at the perpetually grey sky. The ruins of Arcanum stood like a broken crown on the horizon, a reminder of glory shattered and power forbidden. It was into this desolation that an old man walked, leaning heavily on a weathered wooden staff. His grey robes were frayed at the edges, his beard long and unkempt, his eyes the only betrayal of his true nature, for they held within them memories of constellations long faded and spells not spoken for 5 centuries. This was Gandalf, last of the great mages, returned from self-imposed exile to a world that had forgotten the true meaning of magic. In the village of Ashenbrook, nestled in the shadow of the forbidding mountains, a commotion broke the usual fearful silence. A circle of villagers gathered around the humble cottage of the healer, Mara, their faces masks of suspicion and dread. Inside, a young man named Asher knelt beside his sister's bed, his hands emitting a soft blue luminescence that danced across her fevered brow. "The plague takes her," he whispered to himself, tears streaming down his face. "I cannot lose her too." Without thinking, he had reached into that forbidden place within himself, that secret well of power he had always felt but never dared acknowledge. And now, as his sister's breathing eased and color returned to her pallid cheeks, he realized his terrible mistake. Witch blood! The accusation came from the doorway, where Elder Tormin pointed a gnarled finger. "The boy practices the forbidden arts." The crowd's murmur turned to shouts. "Summon the purifiers," someone called. "Signal the knights." Asher stood, backing against the wall, as the villagers he had known all his life transformed into a mob before his eyes. "I only sought to save her," he pleaded. "Is that evil?" The answer came not from the villagers, but from the distant thunder of hooves. The Knights of Purification had already been alerted, their gleaming silver armor appearing at the village entrance like specters of judgment. Their leader, Commander Varys, removed his helmet to reveal a face handsome but hardened by fanatic conviction. "Where is the magic user?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the crowd's clamor. Asher prepared to meet his fate, stepping forward with trembling legs but proud bearing. "I am he," he began, but his words were cut short by a blinding flash of light. When the villagers' vision cleared, the old traveler stood between Asher and the knights, his staff planted firmly in the ground, a dome of shimmering energy encasing both him and the young man. You will not harm this child," the old man said, his voice suddenly resonant with power that belied his weathered appearance. Commander Varys's eyes widened in recognition and fear. "It cannot be," he whispered. "Gandalf the Grey. The histories record your death in the final battle." "History," Gandalf replied with a grim smile, is written by those who wish to hide the truth. With a sudden gesture, he struck his staff against the ground, and the world around them dissolved into smoke. When Asher could see again, they stood miles from the village, atop a hill overlooking the distant, broken towers of Arcanum. The old man, Gandalf, was studying him with eyes that seemed to perceive more than mere flesh. "You have questions," Gandalf stated rather than asked. "As well you should." "Who are you?" Asher managed, still dazed from their impossible journey. "What am I?" "I am what remains of a bygone era," Gandalf answered, his gaze turning toward the ruins. "As for what you are proof that magic cannot be purged from this world, no matter how many sorcerers are burned or how many spellbooks destroyed." He began walking toward the ruins, and Asher followed, drawn by an inexplicable pull. "They teach that magic corrupted the land," the young man said, "that the war of spells nearly destroyed everything until King Solarius led the purification." Gandalf's laugh was without humor. "A convenient tale for those who fear what they cannot control." As they walked, he told a different story, of a king who coveted the power of the sorcerers, of a war orchestrated not by magic users but by a monarch's jealousy, of betrayal and exile and a terrible pact. "I was there when Solarius made his bargain with the shadow entities," Gandalf explained, as they entered the crumbling remnants of what had once been Arcanum's Grand Academy. "Your beings from the spaces between worlds, hungry for life essence. In exchange for the power to defeat the sorcerers, he offered them a continuous tribute, the life force of those with magical potential." "But that was 500 years ago," Asher protested. "No man lives so long." Gandalf's expression darkened. "No natural man, but one sustained by shadow magic, feeding on the essence of others? Such an abomination could endure for millennia." They descended into the Academy's underground chambers, where moonlight penetrated through cracks in the ceiling, illuminating ancient symbols etched into the stone floor. Here, Gandalf revealed the full extent of his failure, how he, as one of the Council of Seven, had unwittingly helped create the very spell matrix that allowed Solarius to connect with the shadow entities. "I fled rather than face what I had helped unleash," the old wizard admitted, his voice heavy with centuries of regret. "I traveled to distant lands, seeking wisdom and penance, while my brothers and sisters in magic were hunted to extinction." "And now?" Asher asked. "Now I return to undo what cannot be forgiven," Gandalf answered, his eyes reflecting the determination of one who had contemplated his purpose for centuries. "But my power has waned during my exile. The connection to the magical currents of this land has diminished with disuse." He turned to Asher, placing weathered hands on the young man's shoulders. "That is why the fates have brought us together. You, Asher of Ashenbrook, are more than a healer with a touch of magic. Your bloodline carries the essence of the archmages themselves." The revelation struck Asher like physical blow. "Impossible," he whispered. "I am no one, the son of a midwife and a farmer." "Your adoptive parents protected you well," Gandalf acknowledged. "But surely you have always felt the pull of this place, the dreams of towers of light, the whispers of power in your blood." Asher could not deny it. All his life, he had dreamed of a city he had never seen, heard voices teaching spells he could not comprehend upon waking. "If what you say is true," he said slowly, "then what must be done?" "First, you must learn," Gandalf replied, "and quickly. The Knights of Purification will report to their master. Solarius will sense another potential source of power for his dark pact. He will send everything at his disposal to capture or kill you." For 3 days and nights, they remained in the ancient academy. Gandalf, imparted centuries of knowledge, compressing decades of training into hours of intense instruction. Asher's natural affinity for magic made him an apt pupil, though the strain of channeling such power left him exhausted and sometimes bleeding from his nose and ears. On the fourth day, as dawn broke over the eastern mountains, they sensed rather than heard the approach of the knights, hundreds of them, accompanied by creatures that moved in unnatural ways, shadow things bound to Solarius's service. "They come in greater numbers than I anticipated," Gandalf observed grimly from the Academy's highest remaining tower. "You, Solarius, must sense the threat we pose. We cannot face so many," Asher said, watching the approaching force with mounting dread. "We need not face them alone," Gandalf replied cryptically. That evening, as the Knights of Purification established their siege around the ruins of Arcanum, a figure slipped through their lines. A woman clad in leather armor dyed the deep crimson of the knights, her face partially concealed by a hood. She moved with the confidence of one accustomed to command, yet the stealth of a practiced infiltrator. Gandalf greeted her at a hidden entrance with a knowing smile. "You received my message." The woman lowered her hood, revealing sharp features and eyes that matched Commander Varys's in color, if not in fanaticism. "I did, though I confess I thought it a trap until I saw the seal." She studied the old wizard with a mixture of awe and suspicion. "The histories record your death, as they record many falsehoods," Gandalf replied. "It is good to see you again, Ravenna, though you were but a child when last our paths crossed." "A child who watched her mother burned for healing with magic," she replied bitterly. "A child who learned to hide her own abilities and infiltrate her father's order to protect others like her." Her gaze shifted to Asher. "Is this him? The one you believe can help us end Solarius's reign?" Asher straightened under her scrutiny. "I am still learning, but I will do what I can." Ravenna nodded, seemingly satisfied with his resolve, if not his experience. The resistance has grown in recent years. Those who question the purification, who remember old tales of when magic healed rather than harmed. We number in the hundreds now, scattered throughout Cindervale. "And how many can fight?" Gandalf asked. "Enough to create a diversion," she answered with a grim smile. "Enough to give you a chance to reach the Citadel of Dawn, where Solarius performs his dark rituals." As midnight approached, fires erupted around the ruins, not the controlled blazes of the knights and camp, but wild conflagrations that spread with unnatural speed. Vigors moved among the flames, rebels attacking the knights, positions from multiple directions. "Our window will be brief," Ravenna warned, as she led Gandalf and Asher through a forgotten tunnel beneath the Academy. "Adieu, my people cannot hold them off for long." Their journey to the heart of Solarius's power took them through the devastated landscapes of Cindervale, once fertile fields reduced to ash, villages empty save for the most fanatical adherents to the king's doctrine. Along the way, Gandalf continued Asher's training, teaching him to draw power not just from within, but from the land itself. A land that, despite centuries of abuse, still harbored currents of magic in its deepest places. When they finally beheld the Citadel of Dawn, a massive structure of white stone that seemed to glow with an inner light, Asher felt his heart sink. "It looks so pure," he whispered. "No, the most dangerous deceptions often do," Gandalf replied. "What you perceive as light is the life force of thousands of magic users, drained over centuries to feed one man's immortality." They infiltrated the Citadel during the changing of the guard, Ravenna's knowledge of the Knights' protocols proving invaluable. Deep within the central tower, they found what they sought, a chamber where reality itself seemed distorted, where shadows moved against the flow of light, and at its center, a figure seated upon a throne of crystal. King Solarius had not aged in 5 centuries, his face as youthful and perfect as depicted in ancient portraits. But his eyes were hollow pools of darkness, and when he smiled at their entrance, his teeth gleamed like those of a predator. "The prodigal sorcerer returns," he said, his voice resonant yet somehow empty of true life. "And he brings me a gift, another wellspring of power for my benefactors. I bring your reign to an end, Solarius," Gandalf declared, raising his staff. "The pact ends tonight." What followed was a battle of wills and magic that shook the very foundations of the citadel. Solarius commanded not just his own shadow-enhanced powers, but the essence of countless sacrificed magic users. Gandalf, for all his wisdom, found his diminished strength faltering against such an onslaught. It was Asher, drawing upon newly awakened abilities and the desperate desire to protect his mentor, who turned the tide. As Ravenna engaged the shadow entities with enchanted blades, Asher channeled his power not against Solarius directly, but into the crystal throne, the nexus of the king's unholy pact. Cracks appeared in the perfect surface, spreading like frost across glass. Solarius shrieked in rage and fear, his youthful visage beginning to wither as the connection to his power source fractured. "Now, Gandalf!" Asher cried, his own life force dangerously depleted. The old wizard summoned the last reserves of his strength, combining his power with Asher's. Together, they shattered the crystal throne. A cataclysmic release of energy erupted from the broken nexus. Ghostly forms, the essences of centuries of victims, surged upward and outward, free at last from their prison. Solarius's immortal body, suddenly deprived of its sustenance, crumbled to dust in moments, leaving only a crown and royal robes collapsed upon the floor. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over a cinder veil forever changed, Gandalf stood with Asher and Ravenna atop the citadel's highest tower, watching as the first tendrils of genuine light touched the land in centuries. "What happens now?" Asher asked, still weak from the battle but standing tall. "Now," Gandalf replied, a genuine smile crinkling his ancient eyes, "we rebuild, we teach, we remember that magic, like any power, is neither good nor evil. It is the heart of the wielder that determines its nature." As they spoke, a green shoot pushed through the ash-covered ground below, the first new-growth Cindervale had seen in 500 years. A small thing, perhaps, but a beginning. And sometimes, Gandalf knew, beginnings were the most powerful magic of all. Story 5. The ancient spires of Crownhaven pierced the dawn mist like spectral fingers reaching for the heavens. Beneath the alabaster towers, a kingdom mourned. King Alaric, beloved ruler, keeper of peace, and bearer of the legendary crown of 1,000 souls, lay dead upon his golden throne, his eyes wide with an eternal look of betrayal. The crown, an artifact of immeasurable power that had protected the realm for generations, was nowhere to be found. Tales of the crown's origin had become the stuff of whispered legend. It was said to capture the essence of each monarch who wore it, preserving their wisdom for all future rulers, a living repository of royal knowledge spanning a millennium. But now, as royal guards scoured the kingdom in search of both the missing relic and the king's daughter, Princess Ilara, whispers of a darker truth began to emerge. "The princess has murdered her father for the crown," proclaimed Duke Corvus from the royal balcony, his voice carrying across the central square where citizens gathered in shocked silence. "Until she is brought to justice, I shall serve as regent." Far beyond Crownhaven's borders, riding beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches twisted like arthritic fingers against the sky, an aged figure in grey robes urged his white stallion onward. The winds seemed to whisper his name, Gandalf. The wizard had felt the disturbance in the magical currents that flowed beneath the surface of the world, a ripple of wrongness emanating from Crownhaven. A summons had reached him through means beyond mortal understanding, a desperate plea written in flames upon a midnight leaf delivered by a spectral falcon. The hand that penned it belonged to Princess Elara. Something stirs within the crown, she had written. Father grows distant, his eyes hollow. I fear what comes next. The ancient scrolls speak of your hand in its making. Please, great Gandalf, we need your wisdom. But Gandalf had arrived too late. The castle's secret passages, known only to the royal family and their most trusted advisors, proved useful as Gandalf slipped into the royal chambers. There he found Elara, hidden behind a false wall, her emerald eyes wide with fear and grief. They say I killed him, she whispered, her voice cracking. Duke Corvus has turned the court against me. The guards search every corner. Gandalf studied her face, finding only truth and sorrow in her features. Tell me what happened before your father's death. He changed, she said, her fingers twisting the fabric of her cloak. For weeks, he would speak to the crown when alone. I heard him arguing with something. The night before his death, he summoned me, tried to warn me about the crown, but his words were disjointed. He said, it hungers Elara. 1,000 voices demand more. By morning, he was dead, his life force drained to a husk. A heavy weight settled upon Gandalf's shoulders. The crown, his creation from a time of youthful arrogance, when his powers were raw and his wisdom untempered by centuries of experience. He had helped forge it with noble intentions to preserve the wisdom of Crownhaven's greatest rulers for posterity. But now, an ancient dread clawed at his heart. We must leave, he said. Duke Corvus has always coveted the throne, and if he finds the crown... He left the thought unfinished as he pulled a shimmering cloak from his travel sack. This will shield you from unfriendly eyes. We ride for the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands. Elara paled. No one returns from that accursed place. Precisely why we'll be safe there, Gandalf replied, his eyes twinkling with grim determination. They fled under cover of night, passing through forgotten gates and ancient pathways known only to those who had witnessed their creation centuries ago. 3 days of hard riding brought them to the borderlands, where verdant fields surrendered to twisted landscapes of obsidian rock and phosphorescent fungi. Mists coiled around gnarled trees that seemed to watch their passing with hollow knots resembling eyes. Keep close, Gandalf cautioned as they dismounted. The denizens here are neither good nor evil in the way mortals understand, but they follow ancient laws that predate your kingdom. As if summoned by his words, a figure materialized from between 2 massive black stones. Tall and lithe, with skin the color of moonlight on water and eyes like polished onyx, the being regarded them with ancient wisdom and barely concealed hostility. Mithrandir, the figure hissed, using Gandalf's eldest name. You dare return to our realm after what you took from us. Gandalf bowed his head in acknowledgement. Lord Draken, I come seeking sanctuary and wisdom. And why would the Shadow Court grant either to the thief of souls? Draken's voice resonated like distant thunder. Because what I once took has been corrupted beyond its purpose, and now threatens all realms, yours included. Draken's eyes narrowed, then shifted to Elara. The daughter of Alaric, your father wore the crown we speak of. He did, she said, meeting his gaze without flinching. And I believe it killed him. Something like respect flickered across Dracon's features. He gestured for them to follow, leading them deeper into the Shadowlands, where the very air seemed to pulse with ancient magic. They arrived at a circle of standing stones, each carved with runes that glowed with an inner light. Here, in this place of truth, tell me of this crown, Mithrandir, Dracon commanded. Tell the princess what you stole to craft it. Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, the weight of centuries pressing upon him. The crown of 1,000 souls was my creation. Ilara, in the days when your kingdom was newly formed, your ancestor, King Eldrin the Founder, feared that his wisdom would die with him, leaving the kingdom vulnerable. I sought to create a vessel to preserve the essence of rulers, their knowledge, their experience, to guide future generations. And what did you use to craft such a marvel? Dracon prompted, his tone sharp. I required a catalyst, something to bind spirit to metal. I came to the Shadowlands, to the pool of reflection, and took a vial of its waters, waters that exist in both the realm of the living and the dead. Waters sacred to our people, Dracon added. Waters that, when removed from this place, grow hungry for what they have lost, connection to souls. Understanding dawned on Ilara's face. The crown doesn't preserve wisdom, it consumes souls. Gandalf nodded gravely. Not as I intended. The enchantment was meant to take only an impression, a memory of each ruler, but over time, the water's nature asserted itself. With each monarch, it took more, preserved more completely. And now, after 1,000 years and 1,000 souls, it has gained sentience, Dracon finished, a collective consciousness born of 1,000 royal minds, with the hunger of the displaced waters driving it to seek more. And Duke Corvus? Ilara asked. A pawn, most likely, Gandalf answered. The crown would have sensed his ambition, his weakness. It needs a new bearer. To complete what? She pressed. Dracon's face grew solemn. The 1,001st soul. The final vessel that will allow the entity within the crown to fully manifest in your world. The gravity of the situation settled over them like a shroud. Gandalf paced the stone circle, his staff tapping rhythmically against the ground as he thought. We must destroy it, he finally said. Unmake what I wrongfully created. The crown cannot be destroyed by conventional means. Dracon warned. Not fire, not force, not even your magic, Mithrandir. But the waters can be returned, Gandalf countered. Then if we retrieve the crown before Corvus places it upon his head, we can bring it here, to the pool of reflection, and reverse the enchantment. Ilara straightened. Then we return to Crownhaven. Not we, Gandalf corrected. I must go alone. This burden is mine to bear. He is my father's murderer, and my people suffer under his rule, Ilara said firmly. I will not hide in shadows while you face this threat alone. Dracon watched their exchange with ancient eyes. Neither of you shall go alone, he said finally. The Shadow Court has its own grievance with this matter. I shall accompany you. And so an unlikely alliance was formed, a wizard seeking redemption, a princess fighting for justice, and a Lord of Shadows reclaiming what was stolen. They prepared through the night, Gandalf crafting enchantments of concealment, Ilara studying maps of the castle's forgotten passages, and Dracon communing with the primal forces of the Shadowlands. Dawn found them at the borders once more, looking toward Crownhaven's distant towers. Reports from shadow messengers confirmed their fears. Duke Corvus had scheduled his coronation for the following day, claiming to have miraculously recovered the missing crown. The crown calls to him, Gandalf explained. It has orchestrated these events since before King Alaric's death, patient as only an immortal consciousness can be. Their return journey was fraught with dangers. Corvus had doubled the patrols along all roads leading to the capital. Yet with Drakon's shadow-walking abilities, they slipped past checkpoints undetected, arriving at Crown Haven as evening fell on the day before the coronation. The castle had transformed under Corvus's brief rule. Gone were the warm, golden banners of King Alaric's reign, replaced with the Duke's midnight blue and silver. Guards with hollow eyes patrolled the corridors, men whose minds had been touched by the crown's influence. Through secret passages they crept, making their way to the royal vault, where the crown would be kept until the ceremony. What they found instead was Duke Corvus himself, alone in the chamber, the crown of 1,000 souls already upon his head. "But you're too late," he said, but the voice was not entirely his own. 1,000 whispers echoed beneath his words. The final soul is being prepared. The vessel nears completion. Gandalf raised his staff, power crackling around him. "I unmake what I have made," he intoned. "By the right of creation, I claim the right of destruction." The crown pulsed with malevolent light. "You forfeited that right centuries ago. Mithrandir, we are no longer your creation. We are beyond you now." What followed was a battle unlike any Crown Haven had witnessed before. Gandalf's magic clashed against the combined power of 1,000 royal souls. Drakon melted into shadows and emerged behind Corvus, attempting to wrest the crown from his head, only to be repelled by a barrier of shimmering energy. In the chaos, it was Elara who found the solution. Remembering her father's last coherent words, she understood what the crown truly feared. "It doesn't want to be returned to the waters," she shouted to Gandalf above the magical tempest. "That's why it's fighting so hard." With renewed purpose, Gandalf channeled his power not against the crown directly, but into creating a portal, a shimmering gateway that revealed the pool of reflection in the heart of the Shadowlands. "Drakon!" he called. The waters recognized their own. Understanding instantly, Drakon summoned tendrils of living shadow that snaked around Corvus, immobilizing him despite the crown's protests. Together, Gandalf and Elara pushed the struggling Duke toward the portal. "No!" The crown's collective voice shrieked through Corvus's mouth. "We have waited centuries. We will not return to the void." "You were never meant to be," Gandalf replied solemnly. "I'm my creation, my responsibility, my redemption." With a final push, they forced Corvus through the portal. The moment the crown touched the waters of the pool of reflection, a blinding light erupted. When it faded, Duke Corvus lay unconscious at the pool's edge. The crown dissolved into the waters from which its power had been wrongfully taken. One by one, ghostly figures rose from the pool, the essences of 1,000 monarchs, freed from their prison. King Alaric's spirit lingered longest, smiling at his daughter before fading into peaceful rest. In the days that followed, Princess Elara was crowned Queen of Crownhaven. No magical artifact rested upon her brow, only a simple circlet of silver crafted by the finest smiths of her realm. Gandalf remained long enough to see her seated securely on her throne, the kingdom beginning to heal under her wise rule. "Will you stay?" she asked him on the eve of his departure. Gandalf shook his head gently. "My path leads elsewhere, Your Majesty. There are other wrongs to right, other tales to weave. And the Shadowlands. Lord Drakon returns to his people with his honor restored. The balance between our realms is tentatively mended." He smiled, the weight of centuries momentarily lifting from his shoulders. "Remember, Queen Elara, the greatest wisdom needs no crown to preserve it, only worthy hearts to pass it to." With a bow and a swirl of his grey cloak, Gandalf the Grey took his leave of Crownhaven, another chapter in his long life complete. Behind him, He left a young queen who would rule not with the whispers of trapped souls, but with her own compassion and strength, perhaps the wisest legacy of all. Story 6. The last crimson rays of sunset painted the floating islands of Celestia in a golden glow, their crystalline towers and alabaster bridges suspended impossibly between sea and sky. But as young priestess Naya stood at the edge of the sacred observatory, her azure robes fluttering in the evening breeze, she felt no peace in this spectacle that had enthralled her since childhood. For the third night in succession, the ancient tide stones set within the ceremonial pools had dimmed, their once brilliant aquamarine light now flickering like dying stars. "The balance weakens," whispered Elder Marina, her weathered hand trembling as she placed it atop the central stone. "The anchors that tether us to the heavens fade, child." Indeed, throughout Celestia, the evidence was undeniable. The outermost isles had already begun their slow, inevitable descent toward the endless ocean below. 3 homes had been evacuated that morning alone, their foundations crumbling as the mystical buoyancy granted by the tide stones diminished. "There must be something in the ancient texts," Naya insisted, her silver-flecked eyes scanning the constellation maps etched into the observatory dome. "Some ritual we've forgotten? Some offering we've neglected to make? The answers lie not in our libraries," Elder Marina replied, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "Tonight, you ascend as guardian of the oracle. Perhaps the visions will grant you insight where our scholars have found none." The ascension chamber lay at Celestia's heart, a perfect sphere carved from a single massive pearl, accessible only through a spiraling path that wound through 7 ceremonial gates. As Naya passed each threshold, she shed another layer of her ceremonial garments until she stood before the final door, clad only in a simple shift of spun moonlight. "Ientus Initiate," came the commanding voice of Grand Oracle Silas from within. "Destiny awaits." The chamber's interior was awash with liquid light that seemed to flow rather than shine. At its center floated the orb of visions, a perfect sphere of water that defied gravity, spinning slowly upon an unseen axis. Behind it stood Silas, his white beard cascading over robes adorned with pearl and sapphire, his blind eyes milky as the moon. The tide stones falter," Naya said, her voice echoing strangely in the spherical chamber. "Indeed," Silas replied, his expression unreadable. "But tonight, we do not seek knowledge of what we already know, but guidance on what remains hidden. Approach the orb, child." Naya stepped forward, her bare feet making no sound upon the polished floor. As instructed in her decade of training, she raised her hands to either side of the floating sphere, not quite touching its shimmering surface. "I, Naya of the 7th tide, seek wisdom beyond knowing, truth beyond seeing," she intoned. The orb pulsed once, twice, then expanded rapidly, enveloping her completely in its cool embrace. Naya felt no fear as water filled her lungs. This was expected, the oracle's first test. What was unexpected was the violent torrent of images that assaulted her consciousness. A man with eyes like storm clouds and a blue crescent mark upon his wrist, fighting against shadows with twin blades of unusual design. A crown of coral and pearl, worn by a woman whose lower body transformed into that of a leviathan. 7 great pillars beneath the ocean's surface, each containing a tide stone far larger than those of Celestia. And most disturbing, Grand Oracle Silas standing before an ancient gate inscribed with symbols that hurt her eyes to behold, channeling power from a collection of dimming tide stones into the gate's lock. When the water receded and Naya collapsed, gasping upon the chamber floor, she knew with terrible certainty what must be done. though she dared not speak it aloud in Silas's presence. "And what did you see, child?" the Grand Oracle asked, his voice deceptively gentle. "Fragments only, Master," she lied, forcing disappointment into her voice. "The ocean depths, creatures of legend, nothing clear enough to interpret." The slight narrowing of Silas's sightless eyes told her he suspected deception, but he merely nodded. "The Oracle tests all new guardians differently. Rest tonight. Perhaps clarity will come with reflection." That night, as Celestia slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, Naya slipped from her chambers wearing a traveler's cloak over simple garments. At the island's edge, where the azure falls cascaded into infinite blue below, she whispered a prayer to the forgotten sea gods and leapt into the mists. The enchanted pendant she'd stolen from the reliquary glowed bright as she fell, slowing her descent until she alighted gently upon the deck of a fishing vessel far below. The startled captain nearly threw her overboard before she pressed a handful of pearl dust into his weathered palm. "To the mainland," she commanded, with all haste. The port city of Caravos was a cacophony of scents and sounds after the serene harmony of Celestia. For 3 days, Naya searched its winding streets and smoke-filled taverns, her visions guiding her toward a man whose face she'd seen only in prophetic glimpses. She found him in the Rusty Anchor, a dockside establishment where mercenaries and treasure hunters gathered to boast of exploits and seek employment. Thorn sat alone in the corner, twin blades resting against his chair, eyes the color of gathering storms, surveying the room with cynical detachment. "I've been expecting someone from the floating islands," he said before Naya could speak, gesturing to the empty chair across from him, "though I anticipated someone more impressive. An emissary, perhaps, or at least someone old enough to have seen a real battle." "How did you know I'm from Celestia?" she demanded, sliding into the seat but keeping her hand near the ceremonial dagger hidden in her sleeve. Thorn smirked, lifting his tankard in a mock toast. "Only Celestians have that particular look of constipated superiority. Besides, your accent is unmistakable." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "What I don't know is why a novice priestess would seek out a disreputable sword for hire like myself." "I need passage to the abyssal depths," Naya replied, watching his expression carefully. "To the kingdom of the Mermaid Queen." Thorn's laughter died when he realized she was serious. "The depths are no fairy tale to be trifled with, priestess. Even if they exist as more than sailors and myths, the journey would claim your life before you glimpse the first coral spire." "The tide stones are failing," she countered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Celestia falls, and you, Thorn, or should I call you by your true name, heir of House Azural, are the key to our salvation." His hand moved with startling speed, clamping around her wrist with iron strength. "Who sent you?" he hissed. All pretense of amusement vanished. "Who told you that name?" "The Oracle showed me," she replied calmly, despite her racing heart, "just as it showed me this." She reached across with her free hand and pushed back his sleeve, revealing the crescent-shaped birthmark on his wrist, blue as the deepest ocean. "My father died denying that mark," Thorn growled, releasing her but keeping his voice low. "He spent his life running from Celestian assassins. Why would I help the very people who hunted my family to extinction?" "Because the truth was stolen from both our peoples," Naya replied. "Your ancestor wasn't a traitor. He discovered a terrible secret, one that threatens not just Celestia, but all lands." Grand Oracle Silas betrayed Lord Azurel, not the other way around. Something flickered in Thorn's storm-cloud eyes. Doubt, perhaps, or the first stirring of long-buried truth? What secret could possibly be worth a century of exile? Silas isn't preserving the tide stones, he's draining them, Naya explained urgently, using their power to unlock something beneath the waves. Something the ancient Celestians and the merfolk sealed away together. Thorn stared at her for a long moment before downing the remainder of his ale in a single swallow. Let's say I believe this fantastical tale. What exactly do you expect me to do about it? The blood of Azrael can command the true tide stones, the 7 pillars beneath the waves. With the Mermaid Queen's blessing and your blood right, we might restore what Silas has corrupted. And if I refuse this grand destiny you've charted for me? Naya met his gaze unflinchingly. Then Celestia falls, the sealed gate opens, and the ancient water gods return to drown the world beneath endless tides. 3 days later, their stolen vessel approached the Tempest Wall, a perpetual storm that sailors claimed concealed the entrance to the abyssal depths. As lightning shattered the sky and waves threatened to swallow their small craft, Naya clutched the ship's rail with white-knuckled hands. "Last chance to turn back a priestess," Thorn shouted over the howling gale, his hair plastered to his face by stinging rain. Naya reached into her sodden robes and withdrew a crystal vial filled with luminescent blue liquid. "The essence of Celestia's smallest tide stone," she explained. "It should guide us through, if your blood truly carries the Azrael legacy." Thorn hesitated only briefly before taking the vial, uncorking it with his teeth, and pouring 3 drops onto his marked wrist. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The blue crescent blazed with brilliant light, and a corresponding glow appeared in the heart of the storm, revealing a narrow passage through the churning waters. "Well," Thorn muttered, gripping the ship's wheel with newfound determination, "it seems we're committed now." As they navigated the treacherous channel, the storm gradually subsided, revealing an expanse of serene waters illuminated from below by an ethereal blue radiance. Massive structures loomed beneath the surface, coral spires, crystal domes, and at the center, an enormous palace carved from a single massive pearl, echoing Celestia's architecture but on a grander scale. "The Kingdom of Tides," Naya breathed in wonder. Just as the visions showed, before Thorn could respond, the waters around their vessel began to churn. Sleek forms rose from the depths, beings with the upper bodies of humans but lower halves that transformed into powerful aquatic forms. At their center emerged a figure of breathtaking majesty, a woman whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries, wearing a crown of living coral that pulsed with inner light. "The descendant returns," the Mermaid Queen announced, her voice resonating not through air but directly within their minds. "And with him, the final guardian." Her gaze settled on Naya with ancient knowing. "The betrayer moves to complete his work. The gate weakens. You have arrived just in time, or perhaps too late." And as if summoned by her words, the horizon behind them lit with sudden fire as Celestia's central island began its catastrophic fall toward the waiting sea.